Day 2. And I have just arrived into the Woodside Apartments. Game loading. Gotta work in the classic loading screen. White footprints. You good, James? We're just staring at the save point. I did adjust some graphics settings. So hopefully performance and everything while streaming is going to be okay. And hopefully things will look and perform as best as they can. That is one thing. The PC version of this game, it's a bit stuttery. It seems to happen on console as well, but not quite as much as PC. And I'm sure your experience may vary based on your PC build, but yeah. A little bit stuttery at times, so I've been trying to figure out kind of the best settings and stuff. So we'll see how this looks. Just to show everyone what I'm using before we get too into it. It's just 1920 by 1080 resolution. I've capped the frame rate at 60 FPS, DLSS super sampling with quality settings, and ray tracing is on now. We'll see how that might help some of the performance, some of the visuals on reflective surfaces, things like that. And my graphics card is a 3060 Ti, for those who are curious. Or 117. Closed. Okay. That opens. I'm getting radio sounds. I also saw over here, yeah, the To Hell graffiti, which is in the original, To Hell with an arrow pointing at a door. You actually find it in a few places. It's like on the wall 3 or 4 times in the hallway where you first meet Eddie. Oh, you can see the pool and courtyard out there. Yeah, the apartment's layout is a little bit different compared to the original. Oh. Dear Madam, in response to your complaint regarding the gunshots coming from apartment 217, we have paid a visit to the tenant and he assured us that he does not own any firearms. He was fully cooperative and granted us access to the apartment. True to his words, we did not find any weapons or traces of using one. Should the noises persist, please inform the janitor. Sincerely, Woodside Apartments Administration. Okay. So that's going to be our gun. The gun in the shopping cart, most likely. I was mentioning this during the Silent Hill 2 first person playthrough, which I'm going to be getting back to this week as well. I'm going to be playing the original Silent Hill 2 and the remake kind of simultaneously for the next month. But we're doing a first person playthrough, and I mentioned how having the perspective to like look up in the apartments and see like each floor, each of the railings, the stairs going up, and kind of the top of the building all in perspective is a really nice feeling. And same thing, same similar effect achieved here. This new perspective giving the player a lot more freedom over the camera. Getting to see things from this view is nice. I like having that. I like having, as much as I like cinematic camera angles, keep in mind that like the original Silent Hill games are not strictly static camera the way like Resident Evil tends to be. It's kind of a mix of camera that follows the player and static camera angles. So the times where you do get a lot of control over the camera, over the perspective, is nice. Community yard sale, Comic Sans. Garbage chute, the trash chute. Notice of scheduled maintenance. Dear Woodside tenants, can I really not read this? It's not like interactable? That seems like it would be. Dear Woodside Apartments, due to recent damage, we are conducting maintenance throughout the entire building. The hallways on the first floor with something, the trash chute, which has been something, not to be used until something exceed interesting. So it's like a little maintenance note for the apartment building, but it's like specifically talking about the trash chute, and that was of course the coin puzzle, dropping the juice to get the coin. Used bicycle in good condition, recently serviced, being sold by Fabian. Summer jobs. Rules and regulations for Woodside Apartments. Notes, noise and conduct. Oh, dude. I didn't think I was going to just, like, leap the counter like that. I can't wait for all the mods. I can't wait to be able to, look around at all of these textures and things up close. Another clock. Every clock we've seen so far has been 10 past 9 with the seconds on 15, which is the clock puzzle solution in the original Silent Hill 2 game. We'll see if that same puzzle, same solution is used here. Probably not, though. They seem to have switched a lot of those things up. Ooh, there's our coin puzzle. It's like right here in the lobby. So different. 3 bright coins in the 5 holes be. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. And here comes the man, so sleek and so fine. In the pale moonlight his eyes doth shine. Okay. We've got our coin puzzle. I wasn't expecting that to be like right off the bat here and right behind the front office. Okay, all right. What do we have? This one opened? No, this was to the swimming pool.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Oh, I wonder if I could have turned the camera and actually seen somebody or something, or if it's just sound effects there, because that could potentially be Laura. Since we know Laura's here. I like how they have the numbers, like the signs with the numbers, you know, 201 through 203 this way. Yeah. Jump out. Let me out of here. Let me out. Didn't do anything. You can see the baby carriage, though. Out there in the pool. One of our coins. Oh, the flashlight, the mannequins. I'll fucking show you. Oh, look at the reflection of the mannequin in the mirror there. Sort of ghostly. The ray tracing. Making a difference. Right? Oh, I opened a drawer. Opening cabinets. Oh, there's a health drink. Mannequin legs. The glowing red light just sort of in the sink. There were various things like that in the original apartments. Little red glows and green glows in very certain spots in rooms. Just want to see if James maybe comments on anything else before I get the light. Oh, and I can break the mirror. Okay. Just like the original, we've got Mary's dress. See that same floral pattern and everything. Same pink cardigan. Flashlight. Yep. I saw the gameplay. Oh! I was gonna say, I saw the trailer. I know what's gonna happen. Oh, I love the mannequin animations. That's good. Ow. Oh, it ducked. Estus flask. I have a flashlight. Mannequins are neat. Kick the shit out of me. But just the redesign, the new noises, again, kind of mixed with like new screechy sound effects. I got a flashlight.
These clothes.
There we go. Something in here? Yup. So... Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. It's the shoot key. Oh, shoot. It's the shit key. But yeah. These little strips of cloth, like bandages essentially, that's your yellow paint in this game, which is nice. It still gives you a visual to sort of look out for and kind of know what things you should be investigating without being like slathered in yellow paint. I think that's a nice kind of middle ground. Let's open the fridge. All right. Got the flashlight. I will say I also like the sound effects, like footsteps. I'm noticing as you walk over stuff, you get those different texture noises where sometimes like it's a little more gritty on these parts where there's like heavier dirt and like stuff that has crumbled down off the walls. You kind of have that crunchier sound under the footstep. Shoot courtyard key. So we're going to go back downstairs, door leading to the pool. I just happened to glance over and catch that in chat. Yeah, I'm playing on a PS5 controller. It's the PC version, but PS5 controller, so I get the feedback and everything on the triggers. Little gap in there. No third floor yet. Heavy Viper. Original graffiti in OG Woodside. So I'm sure they're going to have the dragon graffiti in like the little laundry room. Stuff like that. They seem to have been pretty good about keeping in little memorable bits of environmental textures and things like that. Oh, it's the other. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, before I go through there, I didn't finish checking out here. Yeah, just a little bathroom janitor area. Oh, those are some noises. Come on. Start reaching your hand into toilets, James. All sorts of treasures waiting to be found. Okay. As much as I don't like it, there's too many instances where I feel like because of the way Bloober Team does this, I talked about it last stream. Bloober Team does this in a lot of their games, where how you interact with stuff is based on your camera position and not your character. So even if your character is like directly in front of something they can interact with, if your camera's not centered around it, you don't interact with it, even if you're like mashing X like crazy. Which is why they put, you know, these little icons to let you know what you can interact with. Which normally I don't like having on in games, but the way this game is kind of designed, I'm starting to feel like maybe I need to have it on. Again, I just hate the idea of missing something because my camera was like here instead of here. Kind of flickery looking fog effect, but we actually saw this in the early trailers and gameplay stuff too, so we know that's kind of a thing. I think a lot of this stuff will probably wind up being optimized and patched a little as time goes on. Some of these little visual things. Warning, garbage chute out of order. Please do not use until the problem is resolved. Oh, it's a different garbage chute. Okay, that's why we get the flashback to the garbage chute that's in front of Woodside Apartments. That's why we get the maintenance note where there was already a garbage chute out front. You get the flashback because that's where you get the coin in the original game. Now, in this redesigned Woodside, you kind of have this little secondary garbage chute. Just kind of a neat way of showing little things that players of the original would remember. I like that they sort of play on that that aspect. Yard sale, cluttered house, cluttered mind. There we go. There's your ray tracing enabled puddles. We actually had somebody comment when I uploaded yesterday's VOD about reflections in the puddles looking strange. And I think having ray tracing on kind of helps that visual a bit. And by the way, I recognize what I'm supposed to do here. We have the window, we have the cart. I'm just looking at all these little windows, seeing if there's any little details, easy things to miss, you know. Kill it. Just like Detroit Become Human. The Locane siblings murder. Billy and Miriam Locane. So this is our Walter Sullivan note. Locane siblings murder perpetrator commits suicide in custody. Walter Sullivan, the culprit. Here we go. Walter Sullivan, the culprit in a recent homicide case, was found dead, having taken his own life on the morning of the 22nd in his jail cell. According to the police statement, Sullivan's death was caused by blood loss resulting from severing his carotid artery with a soup spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. Sullivan was apprehended on the 18th of this month on account of brutally murdering Billy and Miriam Locane. Even though Walter Sullivan did not strike a former schoolmate from his hometown of Pleasant River as someone capable of murdering children, the schoolmate admits to having witnessed Sullivan in a state of severe paranoia shortly before his arrest. He was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil. Forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me, he recounts. I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy, the schoolmate concludes. Again, slightly rewritten, but that is all the same information as the original. The Silent Hill Herald. Interesting. There's our Walter Sullivan note. Very cool. This is what I mean. This is what I mean about interacting with stuff. I can, even with the icons on, I can see it. I'm looking at it. I'm moving the camera at it, and I have to be like so specific before it actually interacts. Yeah, as much as I don't like these things, I gotta have them on. If the game was more responsive to where your character position is when you're investigating and like looking at things, then it wouldn't be such an issue. Like, typically I don't want those kind of prompts on because I just want to explore the environments naturally. Like, I don't have to know that I'm looking for anything in specific because I'm going to explore and look at everything. But if my camera angle being slightly off makes the difference between me actually interacting with it or not, then that's just not good. That's not reliable. Radio sounds good. It's new radio audio combined with classic radio sound effects. And the new audio reminds me a lot of PT. Like, it sounds very much like when Lisa is around you. That doesn't open. We should be marking stuff off as we go. I hear bugs. I'm hearing creepers. Interact with it. Interact with it. Oh my god. I must have missed so many things already. Just having the prompt on and realizing how finicky some of these actually are, I must have missed so many things that I was like right in front of already. Oh. There's a mannequin. Look at the pose. Look at the like tippy toes, high heels pose. Yeah, fuck you. Trying to jump out and scare me. Yeah, the combat is definitely more involved compared to the original. But again, it doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel bad. Like, it's weird. It's definitely weird having something sort of like Dead Space action-y. But it doesn't Just like, it's not to the point where it's ruining the tone. I'm not doing like Devil May Cry fucking cool combos. It's still relatively basic, like straightforward combat. And the responsiveness of it, like, doesn't feel bad. Just marking off each of these as we go. Ah, okay. Now this opens up back into the courtyard there. Oh, hey, there we go. So this should be Laura. It's so strange. All of these things are in like this drastically different place. The apartments are very, very switched around. Look how much closer it is. And look how much room there is between the bars. It's like even more available to you. Like it's less convincing than the original. Like even in the original, it's like, come on, James, you could reach it. You've got like a wooden plank. You could reach it. This, you don't even need like a plank. It's like right there. I feel like I could stick my leg through there, like with my foot, and just step on it and slide it. Look, James could too. He doesn't have cottage cheese thighs. He can reach in there. Look at this. Look at this absolute... James, you're not even trying. You're not even trying.
Hey! Wait! Damn it.
Damn it.
What's a kid doing here?
Uh-huh. Well, now it's definitely too far. But James could have got it before. So he marks that. That's okay. Question mark is the garbage chute. Obviously, we'll be back to solve that. This was blocked. That unlocks from the other side. Oh. And you can hear Laura giggling and running. Oh, now we've got lying figures. Ah, so this was not open before. So things have changed now, now that Laura's been running through. Let me look around here first before I go through there. Probably save as well before I take a bunch of damage or something. Damn, I got fucked up that time. I like dodged into puke. I also like that there is a little icon to let you know when you have new notes and maps and stuff. Here we go. Yep, this is all unexplored. Valentine's Day. 4. Part of a puzzle. A first aid. I keep saying first aid, but like there are no first aid kits so far. Unless they make that like specifically a Brookhaven thing. So far it's just health drinks and syringes. Maybe they just kind of condensed down the number of consumables. Whoa, flashlight reflections. My eyes. Cool. Okay, let's just go ahead and drink another one. I'm tired of hearing you grunting. Mark that one. Mark this one. Thank you. Those are some noises. Loud, ominous banging. Like the haunted mirror in Phasmo. I gotta say, I really like the design of all these apartments. Very of the time. The wallpaper, the like architecture, these like archway bars and stuff. Some of these things I'm looking at them, I'm like, I swear my mom had this chair when I was a kid. The wedding dress reveal. And the golden apple handle. See some other clothes and stuff in there too. But obviously the wedding dress, little things. Remember your wife, James. Remember what you did. Seems like everything there. Second floor hallway. And immediately a monster. Einsam Blumen by Robert Schumann. Opus 82.3. We got 4 on Valentine's Day. 82.3 on the piano. The redwood piano. Acoustic guitar. Oh, some little like family photos at the beach. Oh, albums. Locket. This is the music lover's apartment. Bake. Says on that one. seeing all of these, the detail and stuff in these apartments, I was not on board with Bloober Team making other remakes until experiencing this myself. But if they did a Silent Hill 4 remake where you're going through and all of the tenants in each apartment, because in the original Silent Hill 4, like, you learn, oh, the light came on. But, like, you learn stuff about the apartment tenants just through, like, the things in their apartments. Oh, that's cool. Another health drink. Children's bedroom. Children's drawing of bunny rabbits. Maybe reminiscent of the child's drawing Silent Hill 3 map. Where they drew some bunnies in front of a church.
Huh. Quite the artist.
James even comments on it. Oh, this is our hint. This is Laura. Laura going around drawing. All right. Was that door cracked open? Oh, bugs. Oh, they like go up on the walls and stuff. Do it again. Do it again. Teddy bear. Laura likes bears. I gotta say, like, just... Oh, he wants to break it, but can't. Little details in the environments like this. Like, more than just this place was abandoned and allowed, you know, a layer of dust to fall on everything. Somebody has been here since all of the dust, like, and smudged stuff away. It gives the impression that it's not just the people who were in the town being abandoned, and then James here now. It's like there's all these indications that even after things were abandoned, there are still other people around. People are still coming in and messing with things even after, like, all of this dust and everything is built up. Okay, I'm gonna just go kill this one. Surprise attack. Didn't see it coming. I'm just in here trying to read notes. You're being noisy in the hallway. God. I keep pressing buttons that I don't mean to press and wasting health drinks. Please deliver these to Mrs. Millie from 102. I'm really worried about her. She's been cooped up all alone with his belongings for days on end. She won't even move them, and God forbid anyone else touch anything. It's breaking my heart just thinking about it. Ah. A widow, perhaps? Also, yeah, Techie, you were talking about the ductwork. I didn't even really pay attention to that too much until you'd mentioned it. We can go up to the second floor hallway. We've got a golden apple handle. Seems to have broken off of a wardrobe. May have a similar use. Oh, you know, I should also... every once in a while, check that. Because Bloober may do something different with that mechanic compared to the original, with the letter fading out of your inventory over the course of the game. Oh, that's not 201. That's for this hallway. Okay. We're seeing already dead enemies. So I'm guessing this is our build up to Pyramid Head. The idea that Pyramid Head is, you know, also killing these other manifestations. But they sort of lead into it now with like a dead lying figure on the path. Hey. I like all the little views from the windows. Oh, there's our boy. Boy, it gets very rumbly as you get closer. They even do a very similar, like, glow effect to the original. The bars are, like, slapped together, like, not just a normal gate like they were before. Even that, all these little details recreated. He looks good. Looks good. Character model looks good. So this is room 212. We need a key. But yeah, no big fanfare or cutscene or anything like that. Just Pyramid Head standing there at the end of the hallway. Just like the original. Much, much more effective than doing a big tropey, you know, big bad monster introduction. Very nice. Oh, a little remember this moment. That is the wallpaper where you would find scratched. If you ripped this wallpaper away, there would be Henry Mildred Scott carved into the wall for the clock puzzle. Now, that was originally in room 208 in the original game. So it's like moved around a little bit, but that's definitely what this is a reference to, is like, oh, hey, the original clock puzzle texture. It looks like it would have been here. The scratches on the floor and on the wall where the actual grandfather clock stood and was slid and where the wood is broken, where you would have originally walked through that hole in the wall hidden behind the clock. In this case, that would have taken you to room 211. Interesting. Also the original music and everything here. Oh, our chair. This is the chair and TV setup, looks like. Balkan Church. Pablo Gato, pets under our garden. As in, like, dead, buried pets? I feel like a lot of there's so many pet and dog references, posters and stuff with puppies and stuff on them all around town. I imagine that's going to be something that plays into, like, dog ending things. Okay. Yeah, squeeze in there. Oh, I would have thought maybe that's where I use the doorknob. Toluca, build and renovation. Due to the ongoing renovation works, tenants are asked to keep out of the third floor of the building. Sincerely, Woodside Apartments Administration. I bet you could open that padlock just by hitting it with the golden apple handle. That looks like one of those lock-picking lawyer locks where they open it with another lock just by smacking it. Oh, there's our gun. Look at the... I see what they're trying to do with the lighting effect. It doesn't quite work. Maybe that's a graphical setting thing. Which is a shame, because if this effect was stronger, that would be a really, really neat lighting effect for this room. The light coming in, streaming through from all the bullet holes. But still, not bad. Like, again, they're going for that effect. It's just, if this was like, if you've ever seen the movie From Dusk Till Dawn, it's about people who go to a bar in Mexico and it turns out it's all vampires. They shoot holes in the walls at the end, you know, to make light come in to hit the vampires. And it leaves these really cinematic, like, long streaks of light throughout the bar. And if this looked a little more cinematic like that would be such a neat effect. It's not a bad effect, it could be better, what I'm saying. 8 Mart shopping cart. 8 Mart is the convenience store from Silent Hill 1. L2 to aim, R2 to shoot. Well, now I have the power of God and anime on my side. Reload. I've been picking up bullets like crazy. I've already gone around and picked up a decent amount of bullets, so 10 plus another 14. Although I don't know how balanced things are going to be. Like, combat has been more intense, so might not be as much ammo as it feels like. Nice. Even more. Smack. Ah. Okay, there's a certain point where you can cancel your dodge, or you can cancel your melee into a dodge. Like, once you've committed too much to the animation, it doesn't let you. But, like, right when the plank is, like, kind of at the top of James's head, those first few frames of animation, you can still dodge. And I'm trying to see if maybe there's also, like, I'm looking for animation cancels. Don't mind me. Whoops. Okay. All right. Hey, classic sound effect. We heard that from the early preview trailer stuff, but glad to know it's still in here. Classic OG sound effect. The blended scream sound effect. It's an adult male and like a baby both screaming at the same time, and it's sort of blended in such a way where you usually only hear one or the other. Oh, they do the TV change like right away. So this is one of those things. Thank you for showing a little bit of restraint, because this is like Bloober's thing. You walk past something, you like go down to the end of a hallway or something, and then you turn around and everything is different. This actually has like a little, it's that same effect, but this little bit of separation of events just to make it blend a little bit better, to de-bloob the bloob effect just a bit is nice. That's like Bloober utilizing things that they do well. Utilizing things that they do well appropriately. Oh, this time he just leaves the sheet there. We don't get such a clear view of this corpse to know that it's James, compared to the original, where it's much more obvious. Still, that is definitely a nice way to handle that sort of effect compared to the original. 212. Yeah, Three Dog. I just saw your comment. Yeah, because of the freedom of the camera. That's a smart way to handle not locking down the camera, but still showing this effect. You still can see, you know, similar looking jeans and boots. Like, the clues are still kind of there, but it's just less obvious with the visible hair from the original. Nice. Some more original audio. I've always loved this track. The sounds very much just sort of like assisted breathing equipment, like medical breathing equipment. Oh, kind of a low frame rate on the sheet blowing around animation compared to everything else. Oh, this isn't too bad. I used to live in an apartment kind of like this. And it had like a tiny, tiny little balcony like this where you could just barely kind of put a chair on it just to like go outside and smoke. I hear lying figures. Heater, walking cane, belt. Oh, mannequin coming to life and running out of view there. I like that. These kind of little touches to make these exploration moments throughout the apartments and stuff more dynamic. Oh, look at the fridge. The lighting. That looks great. Okay. Bullets seem to be effective. Careers, humble beginnings. 7. Okay, so we got Valentine's Day 4. Careers, humble beginnings 7. Crumpled up paper going into the bin. Writer. More bullets. Here we go. We're on the other side of where we saw Pyramid Head standing. And it even does little things like this. How there was like an audio change there. There was like a little sound effect there. When you're like, oh, standing in the same place Pyramid Head just was. Okay. Resident Evil 4. Gotcha. Gotcha. Get him in the leg, run up, flash kick. That's the strat. Opens all of that up. Man, opening up all these little pathways and routes and stuff feels very nice. They really wanted to eliminate backtracking, where you strictly have to go back exactly the way that you came. It seems like they always want to have you moving through kind of like a different area, or at least when you do have to go back through areas, they have you like open up new ways to access them. Okay, mannequin. Woo! Every time I press, like, even though now I have prompts turn on, I'm still sort of used to, like, walking around pressing X to see what I can interact with. And every once in a while, James will just suddenly start vaulting something. I'm like, whoa. Welcome home. Ooh, cake. Looks good. Looks yummy. What sort of brand of body wash is that? I have to know. Also, someone absolutely destroyed this toilet. Some of these little photos, pictures and things. Oh, this one, similar painting is in the original. Picture of mountains with skulls hidden in it. That's in the original as well. Huh. Keep going around. Room 208. 208 seems to have a lot of significance, the number 208 in the original game. It's reused often, usually for relatively important moments or rooms. It's the clock puzzle room, the room with the James body in front of the TV. In the original Woodside, that was 208. In the labyrinth, when Maria dies in the original, or James is like seeing her body on the other side of the bars, the door to get into that area has 208 on it. So let's see if there's something significant about this game's 208. See, like, I was able to get the prompt to interact with it and open it, but not take the bullets until I kind of adjusted it just so. Be very particular. Ah, the other wardrobe. You must think I'm cruel, but this prison is of your own making. The choice was yours. I watched you make it over and over and over again. This time's not going to be any different, and I'll be here, watching. Locked somebody in the wardrobe? Oh. There's our safe puzzle, which apparently is a much more involved thing now. This is like fucking Saw. That's Saw 1, isn't it? One of Jigsaw's victims, he like covers him in flammable goo and gives him a candle and a combination lock. And the combination is written in a bunch of like nonsense all over the walls. Okay. Okay, first of all, even without anything in it, this wardrobe would be so fucking heavy. Okay, it's on a track. It's on a track. It's literally made to do that. I'm glad there was something to sort of address that, because I'm like, I've moved furniture before. One person like shoulder budging this to the side would be a bit silly, but no, it's like made. It's got a little metal track that it runs on. It's specifically designed to be that way. Oh, I'm trapped. It is Saw.
Hello, James. I want to play a game. During your wife's illness, you kept your emotions locked in a box. Well, now you, too, James, are locked in a box. The combination is on the walls.
Okay. Don't worry. The combination is VV4. Damn. Right where the rooftops pierce through the night. Left. Okay, so combination. Right, then left. Right, where the rooftops pierce through the night. Left are homebound footprints with no owner in sight. But has he found home, oh please pray tell, or a river of memories leading right to his hell? Yeah, so right, left, right, left. Rooftops pierce through the night. Left are homebound footprints with no owner in sight. But has he found home, oh please pray tell, or a river of memories leading right to his hell? Oh my god, it's even got the saw toilet. Did you find anything? No solids. Okay. Footprints, house, 7. Homebound footprints. That's going to be left 7 as the second thing. I have a notepad and a pen next to me for this very reason. I was prepared for puzzles. L7. Houses up at the, what was it? Rooftops pierce through the night. Oh, it only shows up with your flashlight. That is literally, oh god, that's a downpour puzzle. That is literally a downpour puzzle. Using the UV light to examine the room and find the numbers. Three Dog was losing his fucking mind on his first playthrough of Downpour doing a similar thing. This is much, I think, better done using that same concept, but that's kind of funny. Okay, so that also lets you tell what's relevant and what's not. Kind of glows. Ah. $11? So right where the rooftops. That's 13. Right 13. Left 7. Has he found home, oh please pray tell, or a river of memories leading right to his hell? River of memories was 11. Right 11. That third line sounds like it might just be part of the poem rather than a fourth digit, because it's not really written, formatted the same way. And I'm not seeing anything else kind of glowing on the walls. So I've got right 13, left 7, right 11. I am a genius. X to flip. Look at that. Hey, Toshko. Toshiko rinta asama zate. Tugiha. Yeah, that's great. We've still got the original Easter egg on the design for the coins. And a steel key. Of course, the 9 squares on the door here. Some foreshadowing there. Dude, I can hear it. Where is it? They're in the fucking walls. Yeah. That's ominous. Just bloody chair with a tarp taped down under it, duct tape. Zip ties. And of course, that's our small staircase key. Good job. Good job with the creepy imagery stuff. Feels very in line with Silent Hill type imagery, while still being something sort of new. Something that definitely wasn't there in the original in any way. There we go. That's unlocked now. A large coin imprinted with the face of a man. On the reverse side, there's an image of a sword. Also, I can flip it around and see both sides of the coin, even without it being extra riddle. Because in the original game, you didn't even know the coins had a reverse side unless you played on extra riddle difficulty, which required you to turn them over. Or did hard mode also have you turn them over? Or is that just extra? Now I'm questioning myself. I know it's for sure on extra. I can't remember last time I did hard riddle, if that's also using the reverse sides. I don't think it is. I think it's just extra. Oh yeah, we're still finding these numbers. There's going to be another combination at some point. Oh, it dissolved the lock? What the fuck was that? Everything else has been like super realistic so far. Like you take the handle off of the wardrobe and it like thunked heavily on the floor. That lock apparently decided to dissolve. Interesting ambient sound here. Whoa. Like didgeridoos in the distance. Third floor. That was still locked. That was still locked. That thing is still circled. That's locked. That's locked. And we still have this whole floor. Okay. Y'all were not kidding. Apartments has been, like, expanded. This shit's locked. Oh, you can see him walking around over there. Lying figure. Mannequin hiding under that table. Thinks I don't see it. If you look at them, they come to life. Yeah. I kind of like how they've changed mannequins. The way that they move, the way they sort of like crouch and hide and react more distinctly to your light, and like being spotted. Because they sort of did things like that in the original, where they would just like stop and stand still, but it was never in a way where it was like, oh, it's trying to hide or whatever. Like, it was just kind of a way to distinguish visually, like, if it was aggressive towards you at that moment or not. But yeah, having the mannequins, like, spring around and fold up and hide and all sorts of stuff like that, that's really cool. Nope. Shit. Tiny room. Tiny rooms are so dangerous now. Like, the enemies are definitely more of a threat, but not... At least, I haven't tried on, like, hard action difficulty, but... It's not overwhelming. But you definitely have to be more attentive as I get jumped. Oh my god, the fucking... I gotta take a moment. I wasn't expecting the quadruple backflip dismount from the grapple animation. I was not expecting it to like flip that much. It was a very very agile dismount from the grab animation. Oh shit. Damn, I am burning through supplies. Don't worry, they gave me more. They heard me. They knew. I know there is something here. I know I can feel it. It all looks normal, but it's not. It's underneath, pulsing, trying to get out. Is it trying to get out, or should I get in? I have to uncover it, rip it to the surface. Peel it off layer by layer so I can see it and know it's there. I like the notes, the little notes and everything that we've been picking up so far. A lot of new ones and stuff like that. Some are a little bit too obvious. They feel a little too on the nose, but for the most part, they're still just good, creepy notes. Got those. Whoa. That lightning? Inside? This time of year, located entirely inside of this room? What was that flash? Okay, that's as far as I can go that way. So there's not actually too terribly much on this third floor for now. We've got one coin. We still need to figure out what to do with these photos and numbers. Key for this door. I can't help but feel like I'm missing something. Was that mannequin just like hiding out somewhere here and I missed it? Or did another one spawn in? There we go. That's what I was missing. I never came through here. Ow. It's definitely a fun little mechanic now, because I'm like looking around to see, you know, where potentially a mannequin is going to be. Next time I pop out somewhere. And the fact that they do this, you'll see them and they sort of like go play hide and seek. They like run off to hide. Ugh. It's like, is it stalactites that are on the top of caves? Stalagmites? More heals. We can crawl through here. Yep, there's our mannequin. Ooh, the laugh. It made like a laughing sound come through the radio. Like a woman's laugh. I was wrong. No, I wasn't, but I wasn't entirely right. I need to peel off more. Something more blood close. I was looking outside, but it is in me. There's someone inside me. This was probably the the bloody chair with the tarp on it. Somebody trying to skin themselves. Feeling like there's another person in them. Peeling away all these notes about peeling away layers. Hey, there's the dragon. I commented earlier on the graffiti. I've been seeing a lot of the original graffiti and wall textures and stuff from the original. Dragon is one of those. The juice. The juice puzzle is still here. Bloody apple can juice. 60 calories. Please do not leave any personal belongings. Oh, they just put it right next to the chute. And they show you a reverse shot so that you know what you're doing when you actually drop the juice into the chute. That's cool. Hello? Someone banging around inside the dryer? Is that a Silent Hill Ascension reference? Ah, so that's unlocked. The chute is no longer clogged. Okay. I think I heard screaming. Oh, I think I recognize that voice. Damn. They really wanted to match, if not exceed, the nasty, like, watery effect that Dave Shoffley did in the original. Now, I don't know if they had this actor do the same thing as Dave Shoffley, because in the original Silent Hill 2, Eddie's actor, Dave Shoffley, swallowed little amounts of water and really, like, spit them back up while he was doing the recording for the puking sounds of Silent Hill 2, so that, like, those watery sounds that you hear in the puking in Silent Hill 2 OG, those are not added in on top of the voice performance. They are part of the performance. So I wonder if they did the same thing with this actor, or if they did it in post, which would be the more reasonable thing, I guess. Hey, All Stars Pizza. And of course, the dead body in the fridge. Man. They let you see so much of this. God, you can even see, like, part of the head kind of underneath the rack there. More believable that they were dead when Eddie got here. That definitely looks like someone who's been here for a while. There's no... In the original, you really kind of question how truthful Eddie is being with you. In this, I think it's kind of set up to be on Eddie's side maybe a bit more.
Hey, who's there?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I swear.
Hey, are you okay?
I didn't do anything. He was like that when I got here.
He... Oh, you mean the man back there? In the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill him.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not saying that you did. Look, my name is James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie, okay. So, do you live here, Eddie?
No. I'm not even from this town. It's just...
Something brought you here.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. Well, they came at me. I didn't know what to do, so I ran. I came here. Figured it might be safe, but then I found the guy in the fridge.
Easy, deep breaths. Look, this place, it's not safe. These things, this whole town, there's something wrong with it. Might be best if you just get out of here.
Oh, he's like mimicking Angela's
Yeah,
line.
you're right. Hey, you want to come with? Maybe together we can find a way out of this town.
Oh, sorry, but I can't leave. Not yet. I need to find someone.
Oh.
And, Eddie, be careful.
Yeah. You too.
I'll just leave you to it. Oh, and then they immediately have monster sounds, squelching monster sounds out there that kind of sound reminiscent of the puking Eddie was just doing. I like Eddie's portrayal in this so far. In the trailers and stuff, what I've seen, like, out of all the remade characters, I think Eddie is probably my favorite. Very different dynamic on that scene. Eddie, like, kind of seeming like he just wants to get out and go with James. James mimicking Angela's line about the town being dangerous. It almost gives off the impression that, like, that's part of James's mask, because again, he's not really as good of a person as he seems, and the idea of him sort of copying something that he heard from someone else, from Angela, to sort of come off as more caring, come off as like, oh, I actually give a shit about you, Eddie. Things are dangerous in this town. You should be careful. Because Angela showed that same sort of sentiment towards James. But James doesn't give a shit. James is going to town either way. He doesn't care. Oh, we've even got the football posters and stuff. in the adjacent room. So we have all of that little detail with Eddie. Football, power sport. It's not the original posters and textures. They couldn't use those because they were actual posters like Dallas Cowboys and stuff, but looks like they recreated their own sort of versions of the posters. Hell, that even still looks like the white and blue with the silver helmet. Very, very attentive to detail on these things. They even have the oversized football, the like novelty, non-regulation football. Dude, I love looking at the old computers. The computer setups. Computer and fax machine. There was a flash. There was another flash again. There's definitely some sort of like lightning or something.
Eddie, are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Just like before, we got some extra Eddie dialogue. Not a whole lot. In the original, it's the same way. You get like one extra line if you try to go talk to Eddie again. All right, courtyard or swimming pool. There's so many. Okay. Let's deal with these ones first. Woodside Apartments. The gate is open from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Outside those hours, request assistance at the reception. This is the old map. I had to like look at this for a second because I'm like, wait a minute. Look at Look at where Blue Creek and Woodside are on the new map. The way it's arranged. Yeah, this is the classic map. So they even show, like, the old map, the old layout, compared to the new one being different. Oh, come on. And we got the, like, shallow, nasty water in the pool as well. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, if you press X anywhere near... I was so far away. Like, hold on. Right there. I was that far away from the little wall. You hit X and start climbing. Snake coin. With the same Easter egg on it. Same, I think that's the same reverse side image as the original as well. When you do the extra riddles. We've got our garbage chute coin. Our baby stroller coin. Everything kind of still in line with the original on that. Should be able to unlock this now. Good stuff. Go ahead and save it. Still need a coin for that. One more coin if it's the same as the original. But who knows? Maybe they added more coins. There's the woman coin. Still blindfolded like the original. The cross on the back. Okay. They changed the Easter egg. They changed the Easter egg. So this, in the original, there were two different messages written on the coins. The snake and the old man had one matching phrase, and then the prisoner had another one. So now all three of them have the same Easter egg, the writing around the edge of the coin. It's a font called symbol font that uses Greek characters. And this message that you see, starting at the leftmost side of the coin, going clockwise around, would be Tugiha, Eichi, Toshiko, Rinta, Asuma, Zate, a reference to Eiichi Ito, who was the item and icon designer for all these little menu icons in the original game. So he put in a little Easter egg, but on the other coin, there was a different message written in symbol font that when translated said, Tatsuki ga kyonen no junigatsu ni umaremashita, which is Tatsuki was born in December of last year. It was a little Easter egg for somebody on the original dev team having a son who was just born named Tatsuki. So they left out the Tatsuki reference. The Tatsuki reference is not here, but the Eiichi Ito reference is still here. I mean, I guess that makes sense, Hiribi. Tatsuki was born... what if they changed the Easter egg and wrote it out in symbol font? Tatsuki was born in December of 2001 or something. Like, Tatsuki was born 23 years ago and did QA testing for our remake. Tatsuki is now our head of production. Well, I've got coins. 3 bright coins in 5 holes B. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. And here comes the man, so sleek and so fine, in the pale moonlight. His eyes doth shine. Well, we've got a moon on the left, a sun on the right. Beneath the pale moonlight, in the pale moonlight... So let's put the old man over here, under the moonlight. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. First sits the maiden under the tree. The tree's in the middle. The 3 bright coins in 5 holes B. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. The snake... on the opposite side as a flower. So grow over here by yourself. 3 bright coins in the 5 holes B. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. Does the order I place them in matter? It does not seem to if I'm able to do that. Whoops. Oh, you can flip it. I'm like trying to figure out how do I put it down with the flower. Yeah. Oh, there's different... Okay. So you put them in that way, and then the man doth approach, his blade now revealed. His face disappears behind shining steel. Away from the man doth the maiden flee, towards the flower, away from the tree. Blade now revealed. Man is approaching. Maiden is fleeing towards the flower, away from the tree. There's part 2. Where once grew a flower of venomous glee. This is Snake now. Where once was a maiden, but a stone doth be. That is a gravestone now. And over her grave the man doth remain. His blade never met the vile serpent's vein. Back to the man, next to the gravestone. The beast who its teeth in her flesh doth bore. He who has failed, she who is no more. Now unto you falls a grievous chore. Who carries blame for what fate had in store? Oh. The beast who its teeth in her flesh doth bore. He who has failed, she who is no more. He who has failed, she who is no more. Who carries blame for what fate had in store. I like the way this variation on the puzzle with the multiple steps. And again, little references to James and Mary. Oh, I see. I need to pick which one. Snake. It was the snake's fault. Yeah, that is very Shattered Memories. That's the bull and the prince and the princess who is who's responsible for the death of the princess. Apartment 201. I look forward to doing the harder difficulty stuff on a further playthrough. All right. Uh, 201. We're gonna go up this way. Yeah. And 201. Well, this seems like a very significant thing, and it's the key that I just got from the coin puzzle, so I imagine this is probably going to be the closet scene. Maybe not yet. The toilet scene. Oh, there was like a very sudden little gasp. Little sound effect there. The audio design for this has been very good. Yeah. Do I not get a, this seems like a Is this not it? This seems like it would be a, hey, remember this moment. Like, usually it stops and gives you a little chime, but this seems very reminiscent of the Silent Hill 2 OG ending. James sitting by Mary's bedside, having the "you've suffered enough" speech. My game's a little bit laggy here. More than it was. Like, looking over in this direction lags my game for some reason. Okay, this is the... I recognize this room now from pre-release trailer. Ooh, very ominous. Rumble there, examining the door. Also, just the shape of it, the fact that it is like off center, angled to kind of resemble a pyramid, which Pyramid Head in the original from top looks more rectangular because of the shape of it. They didn't make it really like triangular pointy until the movie redesign, but the original is a lot flatter. It's the same design concept in this as well. The more flat, rectangular. Yeet! Okay. Oh. That's so much better that he just stands there. Yeah, don't forget the mannequin. Gotta take that. I don't know. I don't know about the cartoon gulp at the end. Gulp. Otherwise, I liked that scene. The idea that I can imagine Masahiro Ito being like, I'm tired of Silent Hill fans asking me, is Pyramid Head fucking the mannequins? So let's just obscure it. Let's not show it quite so directly for the remake. Because Ito's tired of people bothering him with that question for the last 23 years. So I can understand. I know there's a lot of people. I can already picture in my head a lot of Silent Hill fans who are upset that they don't explicitly directly show what Pyramid Head's doing with the mannequins. Like, you just kind of see that. But it still is clear, like, enough through the scene what's going on. And I legitimately like Pyramid Head's response. Like, it is very different. It's very different. I don't dislike it, but it is very different compared to the original. But like I said, I don't dislike it. And Pyramid Head not reacting to the bullets, showing that his movements, the like jerky movements that he was doing, are something else. That's not just him responding to being shot, which it sort of feels that way in the original. Like, he does his little twitch stuff before being shot, similar to this. But then you see him get shot in the original, and he sort of reacts to each shot and then, like, leaves. This, the idea that Pyramid Head just stands there taking it completely unmoving and then leaves. That it's very clearly not like, oh, in the original you could kind of view it as like, oh, James used the gun and managed to drive him away, but clearly if you know Silent Hill 2 original, you know that's not what's going on. But the way it's visually conveyed, this Pyramid Head was not driven away. He saw James, he recognized James, and he fucking moved on. Like, he's like, all right, you and I got more shit to do later, buddy. But for now, like, just showing the bullets, he doesn't care. That's very cool. Oh, and Mary's handkerchief. Look how floppy. And images of boats on the water. James has no comment on mannequin. Ah, and there we go. That's our doorway to the other apartments. Can I go back? I can't even open my map right now. I guess because I don't have a map. I'm in a new place. So, Blue Creek. We were in Woodside. Now we're in Blue Creek Apartments. I know it's gonna happen. I've seen it in the trailer. Been burning through my bullets. Nice, very distinct change of tone with these apartments. Much more rundown. There's our Blue Creek Apartments map. What? Did that still hurt me after it died? The lingering acid is a problem? They don't all do that, I'm fairly sure. I feel like I've walked in the acid before. Ah, there's my R2 to break a wall tutorial. I'm like, I know there's something here because there is this game's version of yellow paint. These strips of bandage cloth. There we go. We have a wall break mechanic. Just like Homecoming. Everyone's favorite Silent Hill game. I'm okay with it, like, as long as it's not constant. You're just constantly breaking through walls and sliding through things. Once in a while to, like, make some areas connect. Especially the way they've sort of redesigned a lot of these areas to flow a little bit nicer with less backtracking, less direct backtracking. Health. Oh, there's the mannequin. I'm like, where's the fucking mannequin hiding? Oh, look at it. I like their animations when they're like crawling over stuff. Also, yeah, they just like explode into noxious puke after dying now. That is not the first time in the Silent Hill franchise that lying figures have done that. Fucking Book of Memories. The dungeon crawler on the Vita. Had lying figures that would occasionally... It was a bug, it was not intended. But if you killed them during their puke spray attack, they would just lay down on the ground and noxious puke would keep coming out of them after they die, and it would hurt you, even after the creature was dead. Dog. M for moth. Dial M for monkey. Can I squish him? M on door. Okay, cool imagery. Mannequins in dress forms covered in sheets and stuff. I like it. Excuse me, I was gonna go in there. More music. Oh, here's our Henry Mildred Scott. Henry fears Scott. He'll run from him and hide. He's fled to the west to the other side, but here comes Mildred with unknown intent. Scott lies face down, blind to her descent. Okay, so new Henry Mildred Scott. Compared to the original clock puzzle. Time to start rotating save slots. No items. Just a ghost clock hand. Okay. So we're looking for clock hands. Hey. Okay. Similar to our Henry Mildred Scott. Blank blank Scott. So, very cool. We actually saw, like, the room. There was a little reference with the location of the original clock puzzle, which actually oh, that's interesting. I should have taken note in Woodside where that was, where that wall was, where it was, it did the little, like, hey, remember this clock thing. Who is it? H on door. So H on door, M on door. That's our Henry and Mildred. It's our hour hand and minute hand. We gotta figure out how to get those. Oh, I love it. If there was any sort of doubt switching from Woodside Apartments over to Blue Creek Apartments, if this was the other world or not. I think that fairly answers that. Nope. I'm coming back in here. You can go fuck yourself. I play Dark and Darker. You think I'm gonna follow you into the dark room where I can't see you to fight? Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. So we got some heals. We got a wall we can bash down. Happy Burger boxes. Some Bang brand beans. Is it beans or dog food? It's next to a dog bowl. It might be dog food, but it might be beans. Oh, man. You know, we've been seeing CRT TVs. This is going to sound strange to say, but this is a more modern CRT, like, than what we've been seeing. It's like little bit later. This would be like a 2001 CRT TV. This is something that I was like still playing Halo on. This is probably the TV. This is probably what the TV similar to the TV I had when the original Silent Hill 2 came out. This is probably the TV that I played the OG on. Looked like not too different from this. Very different from the other kind of older, little bit older style CRTs we've seen already. Bug. God, that's so cheap. I'm gonna have to figure out the timing of like when to back up. Any of the times where I do need to deal with those. Oh, is this going to be Angela? The kids' toys? The room around where you found Eddie, you find all the football stuff. The room around where you find Angela in the apartments. You find kids' things, toys. Wonder if we're getting closer to meeting Angie. Well, seeing her again since the graveyard. Still not reaching into toilets. Yeah, I really like the look of this area. The sort of like dust particles just hovering in the air. I'm gonna be honest, I was just pressing X, like, because all of this opened up to this area, so I'm like, surely this must go somewhere. I was trying to press X to see if there was something over here I could interact with, and James just kind of was like, no, I'm going over here. I didn't even see that that was like a climb up spot by the time he started climbing it. New music. Ooh, I like this. Wheelchair. Chairs sitting around a wheelchair. Very like doctor's room, waiting room chairs. Yeah. The music and the imagery is so good. Like, this is the type of stuff that I was really worried about Bloober Team making too obvious. Because this is the type of stuff that, like, in Layers of Fear, in, like, their earlier games, they would show, like, similar kind of setups to this and then immediately take it too far. You'd hear a voiceover, or you'd see, like, a shadow silhouette, you know, of, like, a person falling out of the wheelchair. Like, it would have to take it too far. That's one of the things that had me worried about Bloober doing this remake in the first place. Someone shut that T-Rex up. But this, like, the way this is handled, no reaction. James doesn't say anything. There's no big, like, song and dance around it. It's just like, hey, here's a set piece. Infer from it what you will. That's a much better way to go about it, in my opinion. That works much better for Silent Hill. Little sounds, things jingle jangling over there. Bullets. See, now we're seeing more and more of the trail of, like, dead enemies as we're kind of pursuing Pyramid Head. Yeah, there you go. Wheelchair, and the wheelchair itself is, like, taped up in a sheet. I like it. T-Rex. Radio's going crazy. Clearly something in there. Gotta check the damn bodies now. Gonna turn into Resident Evil Remake. I've gotta find my lighter, burn all the corpses so they can't get back up. Ah, okay. So that is where I broke this wall. Just sort of looped around. The fact that there's something I can interact with? Now I'm like, can I manipulate this and interact with it through the wall where I shouldn't? instinctively pointing my gun at walls to try to go through them. Because Homecoming. For anyone who's never seen a Silent Hill Homecoming speedrun, that's basically how the Silent Hill Homecoming speedrun works. You get a gun, you point it at walls, you go through the walls. Locked, no items. How many of these wardrobes must I push? This one's not on a track. Wait, that also opens up into this room? There's so many different little routes. Huh. Oh, I remember this room from one of the pre-release trailers. This is set up like a mental institution, like an asylum. Old asylums, they would put the radio up in a cage like this so that the patients couldn't tamper with it. Radio. What's going on with this radio? Oh, that's the radio. I'm like, why did I suddenly trigger specific memory music? Oh, damn. Because they play this on the jukebox when we solved the jukebox puzzle earlier. So they're really kind of tying in the James gets memories when hearing this song. It's a little interesting that the music is sort of diegetic in nature now. It's not just the soundtrack. The song itself, like played on a record on a jukebox, brought back a memory to James, like as though this music exists in that world as well. Oh, hey, Silent Hill 4. Alright, so we'll have to figure out that to get that door open. Oh, those are some noises. The ghost image of the valve. It's a little weird to see like the outline of what you're looking for. Like, I would still kind of know what I'm looking for there, but... I need a crank. It's just like Resident Evil. No, my window. Apartment 306. A little altar? Altar set up for something? Looks like something that'll open up. Maybe not. First death. Fucking little tiny room with two two lying figures. Goddamn. And I was just not dodging. I was just not dodging. They kicked my ass. Oh, I'm here? So you can only open that from that side. Sort of strange. I'm still not sure what the reason for that is. Okay, so the radio switching over to the music just happens after, like, a certain amount of time, I guess. You have to hold X to commit to turning it. So if you just mash X. There we go. That's how you solve that. Bullets. Just use the bullets. Shoot the gun, don't miss. Oh, okay, that loops back here. Oh, I see. Every time I turn the valve... I'm probably going to have to just take the thing. That's why there's all these multiple ways in and out. Okay, so now I can't interact with that at all. Go through. So we'll have to come back to this. Ah. It's like Silent Hill 4. You're doing different little things for each chain to break off. It's like when you're getting all the chains off of Walter's body at the end of 4. So... that valve... went off, and then I've got the key for 306. James. Oh, I need to go out that way. I don't. These are not the ones that explode. Okay. These explode. Radio's still going off. There's another one somewhere. Or it's in here. Health drink on the table next to a picture. Can't quite see what that might be. Again, lots of unique little photos and stuff of people. All these little props and things in the environments. The gold black and white photos. For a second I thought that was the couple from PT. But it is not. Hide and seek with the mannequins. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh. Gross. And it's making bubbly sounds. Well, we know the mannequin ran over here to hide. Okay, even if you stomp check them, if they're gonna get back up, they get back up. Mannequins over there behind the mirrors. Oh, no, it's right here. Behind this little part of the wall. I figured it would be over there. But no. Maybe I was supposed to follow the little footprints. Dead by Daylight. Oh god, I fucked up. Well, that was a fun little round of Dead by Daylight. Add Mannequin is the new Silent Hill chapter killer. Nothing else? Oh, I can break these little ones. Nope. Gotta break them all. Gotta break them all. Gotta break them all. Gotta break them all. Fuck your glass. Ah. This time we just get the valve itself. Oh, right. I never came in, picked that up. Can they crawl in and out of these? Oh no, he fell down. Oh. It takes multiple turns. And if you just hold the... if you just keep holding the button... he just sits there. Forgot what he was doing. The hour hand. Now this door is open. And lets us get back down. the second floor. To the H door. Still locked. Oh yeah, stained handkerchief. Feels very familiar. Letter is still unchanged. Periodically, whenever I think about it, I just want to double check those things. Well, I get the feeling the solution's going to be 10 past 9. Okay. Our hand is in place. So now the hour door, the H door, is open. Oh, looks nice in here. Very cozy. No item. Stuffed birds. Oh. Bird puzzle. Time for birds. Tale of birds without a voice. Oh, it's time. A toilet with an interact prompt. All right, James. Don't roll up your sleeves. Don't prepare in any meaningful way. We're going in. X to search. X to continue searching, or circle to go back. Let's go back. What is that? It just like instantly transmissions? I figured there would be like a gross, never mind, I don't want to do this animation. It just instantly ends the interaction. And never mind. Yeah, he just... That's a little disappointing, I guess. It's hard to be disappointed by that when the visual of James doing this... Look at his face and everything. It's well done. I like it. There we go. Look at that hand. Look at the sleeve. Everything's rumbling apart. Is my hand still shitty? My hand is still shitty. Look at that. Game advancement. This is what 23 years of game tech has brought us. Oh, wait, is it gone already? I think it's already gone. Yeah. Excuse me, I'm looking at birds. Thank you. I'm not here. I'm not home right now. Yep, clearly this is where the pigeon figurine goes. He came back in. He's leaving again. Oh, man. Still got me. Okay, we've got room 211 back this way. Got a wall we can break. Another area with like multiple ways to get into it. Like you can break the wall and go one way, or you can go around and use the door. Really interesting how they have these how they have these room layouts. And just the apartment layouts in general, the way they sort of loop back on each other. Ooh, a wooden swan head. I need the rest of the swan. Seesaw. Gotta find the birds for the seesaw. Really? The Whisper. It was poorly mixed, but it was there. I have to point out that was not me pressing a button. That was not me playing the sound effect or using like a soundboard or anything. Because I have that sound effect. But that was how it sounded in game. Like, I guess looking at this what set it off? But yeah, that Whisper. That's the original Whisper. Was it more clear in this game? Can we tell the words? There is no words. Like, the original Whisper is a stock sound effect. It is gibberish. It's from, God, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But it's like, is it Mockingbird? Something. It's just stock sounds. Old stock sounds for TV and movies. That the Whisper comes from. Smash it. Oh my God! It's a Pamasonic. It's a Pamasroni. I was gonna say, that looks kind of like an old Panasonic. All right. This stuff's all locked. You'll need to go back and put the minute hand on the clock. Body with a human-shaped stain. Or a bed with a human-shaped stain. There's a body that died on top. Or potentially under. And soaked through. Look at the silhouette. Nice. The mannequin. But they'd make it look like a lying figure. Something tied to the vent. Ooh, a malformed figurine part. Cool. So that is our, there we go. There's our swan. Looks beautiful. Perfect. Another sign of a body. Ah, I see. So we're back out here. Oh. I guess there's a little more to this. Well, gotta put it on the right thing so they balance. I wasn't sure if maybe it was gonna make me find another one to put in the other slots, but glad I tried just moving it first. Winged key. Did have a few locked doors. Not just for this one. Yep. Most of the time it doesn't seem to take you all the way across, like once you found a key or something. It's usually pretty close by. Also, hole. Are we about to start dropping down holes? This is also just such a gross, disgusting room. Mud, presumably. Everything just sort of rotted off this way. Like someone just rotted right out of the bed, down into the ground. Have to press the button, X to jump. Nope. I'm a little sad that when you hit back, there's never like a an animation. It just immediately cuts back to not interacting. But yeah, jumping down into holes much earlier than than in the original, where they start making that more of a theme once you get to the prison. It's the original coin desk. They smashed it up. It's the original 3 bright coins puzzle. Oh, they broke it. You monsters. I guess that was the logic for why they redesigned it. They were like, somebody could just smash this open and take whatever's inside without solving the puzzle. So let's remake it. Make a sturdier desk for a more involved coin puzzle. Blue Creek Apartments, first floor, whole nother floor to check out. Man, now I'm wondering if I should go back and try to place the minute hand or just kind of keep going. I'm just going to keep going because so far their game design seems to try to be avoiding just straight up going back like out of your way. And I'm guessing things will loop around and kind of open back up. Or it'll dead end here and I have to go back and use the clock hand. One or the other. Room 109. Living room set up so that nobody's actually facing the TV. Oh! This is Angela. This is Angela. There's our clean white door. Our the blue and purple bruised door. It's like the same texture from the original, boarded up. The child's teddy bear. All these little details from the Angela mirror room in the original, or the apartment surrounding that room. Okay. Angela in the graveyard was like not terrible, but I definitely prefer. It had nice animations. I didn't like the voice performances as much. We'll see how this one goes.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah. I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. Look, I'm not sure what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? What's the point? It's easier just to run. Maybe it's all we deserve.
We?
Me. You. We're all the same.
I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? Sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
No. Not yet.
Did she live here? In this building?
I don't know.
So all you know is that she lived in this town?
What did you say? How did you know that?
Well, I just figured because this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah. Sorry. Did you find the person that you were looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I don't know why I think she's here. She
died 3 years ago.
She's dead?
Don't worry, I'm not crazy. At least I don't think so.
We have to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town really is dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
No, it's okay. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure, no problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! I'm sorry! I've been bad! Please don't!
And then right into examining Angela's knife from the cutscene. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's different. And like, obviously, I'm trying to look at it through the context of this game, not just the comparison to the original, because like it's like watching David Lynch's Dune and the new Dune. Same story, but two completely different methods of creating that story. So I'm trying to like look at the scene in that context. Like I want to understand it with what they're doing with the characters and the setting and everything for their version of this story. One thing I noticed, and I did see somebody else say it as well. The camera is a lot less dynamic. The scene itself, the original, I mean, I've played it a million times during story playthroughs. I talk about that cinematography fairly often, where the tone of the scene is very much moving with the camera. Like the camera is sort of above and swirling around at the start of the scene, and you're only looking at James and Angela through their reflections. And then when it changes, when the camera goes to the opposite side of the room and you're looking at them themselves versus their reflections, the tone and the dynamic between Angela and James changes. Here, they do a similar thing with the music change. They're going for it through the audio more than the visuals, if that makes sense. The voice performance, the music change, those were your inferences to the change of tone. And then just the more kind of explicit dialogue, it's a little more obvious. It's not to the point of being bad where like, oh, it needs to be more subtle. But just it's different. It's different, and I like certain things about it, and there's certain other things that I think are done better in the original. But overall, like, again, not bad. Not like a bad representation of the scene. I'd argue that the HD collection with like the new voices was a much worse depiction of this scene than this, you know. It's not my favorite. I think I still prefer the feeling and the tone and the performances of the original. But I like this. Oh, can I not pick it up? Whoops. That's the original photo from the OG. On the floor, you can actually interact with it. You can pick it up and look at it closer in the OG. But it's like a family photo, Angela's family, where Angela and her mother have been like torn away from her father and brother. Photo there with the face sort of smudged. Whoa! It's the ray tracing. My game is lagging like crazy. Oh no, it's still kind of stuttery, and now it just looks weird. Fuck your TV. Oh. Religious artwork. Hey. Okay. The knife left by Angela. It feels heavier than it looks. Okay. We're continuing with the weight, the idea, the emotional weight of guilt, of trauma. Something that is emphasized through things like Pyramid Head's movement and Grape Knife in the original, now kind of hinted at a little bit in Angela's knife as well. Letter still looks okay. Okay, cool. We got Big Mad Stompies. Big Mad Stompies and metal scraping. The key of resilience. Ah, and here's our S door, the second-hand door. Yep. So we still have to go back and use the minute hand. Nice. And of course, we've got cages hanging, arranged in actually, hold on. The original sound effect is there. I can hear it. I can hear it in the background. So, Pyramid Head, in the labyrinth, you can get the Great Knife in the original game, and there's a room with like a massive fan spinning above you and cages hanging from the ceiling. It's depicted in the Misty Day painting in the Historical Society, but then you go into that actual room to get the Great Knife. This is laid out very similarly, and the sound effects from that room, the music is faintly in the background here, mixed in with the other audio. Very much referencing or foreshadowing that room. I feel like a mannequin is gonna jump me somewhere. Feels like it's been enough time since a mannequin jumped out. Vers la Flamme. Alexander Scriabin? Syringe. Again, I like these makeshift barriers. In the original game, stuff like this, just bars sort of slapped in, blocking off hallways, but now we have the, it's almost like barbed wire. It is barbed wire, wrapped up with sheets. More stalactites. There's the mannequin. I was like, in terms of pacing, there's gotta be a mannequin somewhere soon. There it was. Forever together. Oh, we're here. This is where you fight Pyramid Head in the original, at the end of the apartments. This would be where he would go out to drain the water. Originally, the layout is like so different that it's hard to kind of put it into place until you see the room itself, but yeah. There you go. It's the OG Pyramid Head fight room. Man, is this another thing where like there's not a there's not like a prompt, there's not like a hey, remember this? All right, we're right next to the M door. Time for the moth room. Or wait, I need to go to the clock and put the hand on. But then we can go in there. Good old 9:10. Okay, moth room. In the gameplay footage pre-release, none of the moths were attracted to light. Looks like that's the case here as well. They just have them swarming everywhere. In the original game, the moths would actually swarm over to James when his flashlight is turned on. And then if you turn the light off, the moths would float away from you. So they were dynamic and attracted to your light. Here, I mean, it's creepy because there's so many of them, I guess. If people don't like moths or don't like bugs, you might not like this, but yeah, I like that. I like that detail in the original, the moths following along with your light. Moon minus TV. What is that? These little shapes. Moon minus thing. Skull minus skull plus thing. Thing minus skull. Birds. You can turn your flashlight on and off while looking at stuff. Like while you're in that examination screen. I didn't realize. The big moth. I see. So the patterns of the moth. That's going to be your combinations. That's the one with the moon. Yeah, so moon, circle, skull. That one is circle. That one is moon. That one is circle. Circle, skull, moon. Is there any more? Ah, and one more skull moth hidden in there. That skull moth, I think it's a death head moth, or I forget what the name of the species is, but yeah, it's used for the famously for the cover of Silence of the Lambs. Moon minus circle. I think we need to keep looking. Think we might need to keep looking. I'll drop back down from there. A lot of bird cages. It even kind of sounds like birds. Rather than like moths. Another skull and another moon. Yep, and that's where I can drop back through there. Hello? Can I jump back down? Apparently once I'm up here, I'm committed. Nope, there we go. Oh, and I can't look through the hole from this side. Whoops. I'm just grabbing my notepad, making puzzle notes. Moon, skull, circle. This one's not especially complicated, but I still want to have notes on all of these things. So in the other room was one moon and one skull. On this display, we have one of each. In the chair is one more circle. On this stand is one more circle. On this stand is one more moon. Okay. That's 323. That doesn't seem like that's going to be what I need. Yeah, that's not going to work. So, is it going to be the symbol itself? So it's like one skull per butterfly, 2 moons. So let's do it that way. So that's 2 moons, 1 skull. One circle, 1 skull, 2 moons. Two circles. Two circles. 4 moons. So we've got 8 moon symbols, 2 skull symbols, and 5 circles. So moon minus circle would be 3. Skull and circle would be 7. And circle minus skull would be 3. Puzzle. Yeah, definitely looking forward to follow-up playthrough on hard and see what they do with a lot of these puzzles. Ooh, the lighting and audio change here. The hole with the green ooze where you got the clock key in the original game. Butterfly Atlas. I miss the like squeaky bed spring sound effect that plays in the original in this area. Maybe it'll do it while I'm reaching in. The second hand. Scraping and big stomping. All right. Okay, these are definitely moving. I've been trying to take note of them each time I come over. They are absolutely moving. Scott rests on 15. So now I gotta go back downstairs to the S key. Cool. Leaving supplies and stuff. How the time flies with the TV set. Those doors behind it look familiar too. See. Come through here. This ever open up? No. 208, which had a thing on it. Oh yeah, new photo. Okay, so that's still jammed on that side. Hey! That's a callback to the OG as well. Whenever you try to examine the door before the Pyramid Head fight, before you can unlock it, and then move away from it, it will rattle like that. I wanted to check out, like, see is stuff like that still there. Oh, and now it's crossed out. So it even treated it like a locked door on the map to sort of draw the player back over there to check that out. Okay, I'm glad I came up here and checked. Moth door, we got 201. Make sure there was nothing else here in the moth room. Back into stairs. Oh, here's our memory thing. Yep, there it is. I was wondering. I was like, why is there no memory thing when we first entered this room? Because I was like, this is where you fight Pyramid Head in the OG, and they usually do these little callback, I don't know what to call it, nostalgia prompt for things that were in the original. But there it is. You leave, and then when you're coming back through, the lying figure that Pyramid Head kills before the fight here. Oh. And the mannequin he dragged away. The mannequin that was dragged out of the room. Or am I misremembering? Did I kill a mannequin in that? Was there anything there? I don't remember fighting anything in that stairwell. I did? Okay. I just happened to glance over at chat and I saw that comment there from G. Okay. I thought that was like, oh, there's the mannequin that he dragged off from the room earlier. came through here. Got that. That is still Vers La Flamme. Oh, there's... Oh, no, it's a lying figure. It's a different one. Oh, it's time! Destructible environments. I want to see... Ooh. Oh, the music. He tried to grab. There we go. Oh. No tentacle, no tongue. Yeah, come on. Hey! Where are you going? it goes. Back to just the sounds of the water trickling down here. Interesting. I wonder if the tongue animation is maybe tied to something different. Maybe not just being grabbed, because like Ito did the designs. I would imagine if it's something he wanted as part of his original design, he would still have it included here. And I also like that you, just like the original, you don't have to fight him. Just avoiding him for enough time causes the fight to progress. Very, very, very much like the original. Ooh, game a little stuttery now. Ah, because we're loading the outside. That's why it got a little stuttery there. Okay. The apartments. That was neat. I like the new coin puzzle. Pyramid Head fight seems cool. All the little miniature puzzles and things. The radio, the birds. Not bad. That is definitely way like more expanded compared to how it was originally, but really, really nice. Although I think now that we've got a save point, that is going to be it for me.